Salam Chai Babies, welcome in everybody. Hello, hello. From the top, hi Korenchkin, hi Ophelia, hi Harry, hi Lepiot, hi Rücklicht, hallo Welle, hallo Obi. So many peeps. Right from the start. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. As I wrote in the Discord, decided to just like focus completely on TR49 today, so that's what we're gonna do. Ich kann doch hier nichts verpassen. Ja. Das ist true. Ich hoffe, du bist noch gut nach Hause gekommen und alles. Also, dass die Zugfahrt und alles noch problemlos lief und so. Und hattest ein schönes Konzert, aber ich gehe mal davon aus. Nice, hat alles geklappt. Sehr schön. Ich bin ein bisschen irgendwie so müde, Sonntagabend müde so ein bisschen. Aber ich habe jetzt auch irgendwie noch keinen Nap gemacht gehabt, irgendwie vorher. Mal gucken. Und ich bin ein bisschen raus aus dem Spiel und das ist auch der Grund, warum ich ein bisschen jetzt so diesen Fokus drauf setze, weil ich habe mir nicht nochmal das Wort angeguckt. Das heißt, mein Wissensstand ist quasi von, wann war das? Donnerstag. Und dann habe ich nicht nochmal reingeguckt oder irgendwas nachgelesen, in den Notizen nochmal nachgelesen oder so. Ah ja, Korenchkin Farm Remembers, ja, Farms. Ja, ich werde wahrscheinlich ein bisschen strugglen, wieder reinzukommen, aber heute gibt's Scheuklappen, Dedication und TR49, Progress. We are connecting the dots, hopefully. Let's see. Hi Kixi auch, hello, welcome in. Kein großes Vertrauen ins Internet. Okay, bist du unterwegs noch draußen? Ich drück die Daumen. Wir drücken. Wir gehen gleich schon mal rein. Auf die Notizen und so. Dramatic Zoom, there we go. Im Grunde habe ich beim letzten Mal gar nicht so viel Neues hier notiert, glaube ich. So ein paar Namen und ein paar To-Dos. Aber das ist okay. So, I think some of these later to-dos are the ones that I stopped with. I remember at the end being completely overwhelmed because tons of things came together and I was like, oh shit, but I have to like stop. I want to play the other game. So I didn't want to get like feel that kind of rush today, so that's why I want to focus on it. But I also kind of I really do want to continue with Silksong. We are in this kind of moment in the game where I'm like, I can't wait to play the next session, but I also want to finish this one. Decisions, priorities, and such. So there we go. We're going in with that. And yeah, I'm excited. Ich liege im Auto und es regnet sehr laut auf jeden Fall. Eieiei. Ja, hier ist auch viel Wind, viel Sturm. Jetzt gerade ein bisschen ruhig, aber es ist windig draußen bei uns. All right. Yeah, let me get into the game. Try to wrap my head around the topics again because it is kind of hard to grasp, to be honest. I don't know what the story will tell us at the end. It seems like there are definitely some layers to it, and you don't really know. I think the most complicated part about the story is that you don't know how reliable the narration is, right? The unreliable narrator problem. But I think we had some theories and some ideas about maybe the characters that we're dealing with are not actually human, so we don't know. It's gonna be it can go in all directions. I'm very, very curious to see if we can figure it out, or if it's gonna be the kind of game that doesn't really tell you until the end, or even at the end, and you just have to figure it out yourself. But without further ado, let's start. I'm very quick, just going in because we already started very late today. So I wanna get into it. I think the cam on the top right was alright from last time. Basically, currently it just says how many over there? How many titles? Or how many books we found? How many titles we found? And how many we actually have mapped? Only 16 of 50. So I think we still have a way to go. I am very much sure that we won't finish the game today, so it will carry on to the next week. But yeah, should be cool. I think next week will be probably a dedication week to finish this one off and also do some progress towards Act 3 in Silksong. But let's get into this one now. Camera can go over there again. Also sound levels. Let me know if something is too quiet. I think I'll go with 14, no, 16 maybe. All right. So, before I get into my to-dos, I will just read what is on this page and why we're here. So just to like get an anchor for myself. So HP 56 is Hammerton Press. 56, I don't think we've named this. Cecil wrote about this in 56 as well. The Hammerstone imprint came up for sale. Name rights and old stock all the way back to the Hammerstone Manifesto, which is something we haven't named, I think. No. All the way back to the Hammerstone Manifesto and including HP 08 and HP 22. LR detested these books so much they got their editor killed. I forgot LR was a person or a... No, that was literary review. So LR detested these books so much they got their editor killed. So the literary review, which sounds like a critique kind of publication, wrote something about books or critiqued books by the Hammerstone Press and actually got one of the editors of the Hammerstone Press killed. That sounds pretty strong. Ohrstöpsel kriegen das meiste weg. Ja. Nice. Alright. Alright. Primitive man, he who remains. The setup. Utopia within reach. The punch. So I guess maybe these two are these two books. Let's see. A publication was needed to finalize the sale. So I built a way to make copies from the machine. Ran out Astral Perplexities. It came out close to Quentin Le Marchand's original, oddly different though. Okay. There's a lot of stuff on this page, so it's actually good we stayed here. So this one already links to HP 08, so I guess we have checked out that one. But let me just for getting more references, go to that one first. So this one's a book by Hammerton Press in 1908, where the other one was from 56, so there's 50 years apart. From the same year as Dorothea Pemberton's, we remember the 15-year-old teenager who suffered from typhoid fever and died very early. So this book, 08, is from the same year as Dorothea Pemberton's Irrationals book. Battle lines are drawn, red against white. How's the world to be made better? Harried from behind or running on ahead? The writer of Doomed Theoretics is too stupid to say. Here are his theories of educational distraction, the flatness of the world, the falsity of clouds, the impossibility of empathy, and so on. So, this book is by the same writer who wrote Doomed Theoretics.
Alright then.
Let me just jot that down quick. HP08. Writer the same as Doomed Theoretics. Or maybe this is Doomed Theoretics. It is. Okay, it is. We can already tell by the structure up here. So let's assign that one maybe now. While we know. HP08.
Doomed Theoretics.
That's an exclamation point.
No one listens. To make a statement is to remove an idea from the pool like a tooth from the mouth, because any statement uttered is less likely to be believed than any statement arrived at independently. Thus, to change minds, and change them we surely must, it is imperative we state things we know to be false as loudly and boldly as possible, so as to drive the stubborn proletariat towards the truth.
That sounded Scottish, I would like to say. Not sure. It's very hard to hear, so I'll still read it out. So, within that book, that's a quote from that. No one listens. To make a statement is to remove an idea from the pool like a tooth from the mouth, because any statement uttered is less likely to be believed than any statement arrived at independently. Thus, to change minds, and change them we surely must, it is imperative we state things we know to be false as loudly and boldly as possible, so as to drive the stubborn proletariat towards the truth. Tamam. We got that. Do we know that book DP08? I think we do, but let me... Oh, we know that DP08 is irrationals, right?
Irrationals.
Let's go there.
I have been to France. I have spoken to the greatest mind of our generation. And I am assured of just one thing.
Sounds like the voice of a girl. I've been to France. I've spoken to the greatest mind of our generation, which should be Le Marchand, I think. And I am assured of just one thing. Cecil comments on this, saying, "What thing? I have to know," but she does not say. Only this: the hidden stuff of the universe are ideas themselves. That was Le Marchand's conclusion as well. I think Pemberton met Le Marchand, or we read this before, I think. You can see her fingerprints on his 1911 paper. Pemberton might even have lived to see it, but only just. The rest is madness, delusional and strange. Also, again, this psi symbol is broken. I don't know why. All right, there's some additional stuff. Also, let's remember QL11. If I haven't tried that out yet, but I might have. Let me see. Do we have it up here? No, we haven't. All right. Let me write that down. We've done DP08 now, irrational. So let's write down QA11. We've been on HP08. And on HP56 we stopped. So let's check out the additional notes on DP08 from Cecil first. What have I done? I should never have fed this in. I've never... Oh yeah, I remember that. I've heard the machine murmuring lines from Pemberton to itself. Whatever was in this book, it is in the wiring now. It sees through the walls. Does God even know what else it might do? And then Alice, the daughter, wrote about this 30 years later. How does a bedridden Victorian woman travel to France and start meeting famous academics anyway? I think she dreamt up the whole thing. Okay, maybe there's a, like, maybe, you know, like maybe if she has a point and this book by Pemberton was actually like dreamt up stuff, she just invented things. And then Cecil went and put this in the machine took that to be the truth and then fabricated a whole kind of like alternate history or something, is what makes this think me off, but we will find out, hopefully. We got that on lock. So let's go and check out the QL11 paper. All right, can we guess the name of this? Maybe Astral Perplexities? Yep, that's that one.
Astral perplexities.
It is known that the universe is the aggregate of all observations made by all systems, including those of conscious beings. Conscious thought contains intrinsic balance. There are and will never be trolls under bridges, but the alteration of conscious thought by unconscious means can affect meaningful, unnegated change. Cool story, bro. All right. Cecil wrote about this in 54. The biggest ideas start small, except in this case. He goes on to state he has seen this effect work and that it can be done, as he puts it, at scale. Those two words, I think, are what signed his death warrant, and an unlucky number of years later. Is that like dark forces are drawn to scale? Unlucky number of years. Does that mean like 13 years later? Because unlucky could be 4 if it's like in another culture, or 8 in other cultures, I think, and 13 in white Western cultures, maybe? I don't know. But I guess that's what they mean if they're Brits. Are there any other unlucky numbers? Except 13. And most Western, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. There's not like something like lucky number 7. Oh, lucky numbers, that's lucky number. Yeah, but it should be 13 then. Okay. So that means he had a death warrant 13 years later than 11, so in 24. Oh, and that's QL24, which we already have linked. Oh, it's 17 in Italy, so that's what I was thinking, and 9 in Japan. So I wasn't sure if there's any other unlucky number in I'd say Western European countries, but yeah. And in Japan it's 4, right? Yeah. But also I keep forgetting these things. So, okay, so what does that mean? QL24, we already found that. Traditionally 4 is unlucky because it's sometimes pronounced she, which is the word for death. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Also 9 and 43 apparently. That's wild. I haven't heard of the other numbers. Do I know anything from Turkish culture regarding unlucky numbers? I wouldn't know. Not that I know of. For Valve, it's a different one. Yeah, definitely. Yep. It's 39 in Afghanistan. Wow. Yeah, I don't think I ever heard anything about unlucky numbers in Turkish. But there's also some interesting like pronunciation mix-ups in Turkish, because the number for 100 is actually the same word as for face, which is interesting. And it's also the root of the verb for swimming. I don't know why. So it's use for 100, use for face, and yüzmek for swimming. You can build interesting tongue breakers with that. There's some funny examples, as there are for Japanese as well. And I'm sure for other languages. So QL24. Oh, I have to switch arms. So this one, I don't actually know if we have checked it out yet. Oh yeah, that's this one. So this one's again by Quentin, and Alice actually writes about this to her dad. We had that quite early in the game, I think. Dad, you would have loved this one. It's as bonkers as a catfish. Another quote. I read a book I should not have read. Now my ideas are not my own. They grip me. Published by Le Marchand's widow. Oh, so he didn't publish this because I guess... yeah, something happened to him and then the widow published it. Okay. Published by Le Marchand's widow after he died aged 68. I mean, we know when he's...
let's see.
We know when he's born. So everything... Also, I already had that written down. Le Marchand died in 24. So there's several notes that you can put together to find that out, I guess. She claims his notes will allow him upon his return to continue his discoveries uninterrupted. I bet the fevered ideas here inspired Professor Kendrick's... Professor Kendrick, both in his fiction and then his academic stuff. Sees issue 16 of the Academicalist Journal, which covers Kendrick's marvelous 1932, blah blah blah. Okay, let's go back again.
It is known that the universe is the aggregate of all observations made by all systems, including those of consciousness.
All right, let me go to my notes. QL11 is... Was it done actually? Are we on it? We are on it, so it's done. Cool. We got that. Alright. Now I have notes that say, what was HE19? That was the little glitch effect thingy, right? Oh, we can't get there anymore? Interesting.
All right then.
Cool. So then we have Alfonso, Masterpiece, 1926, something something, Xavier, something something, and... some other things I noted down somehow. I guess I don't have a strong lead to continue with, so I'm just gonna explore within the game. Right, we can maybe check out a few links left and right and see where it leads us. How are the sound levels, by the way? Can you enjoy the music a little bit? And it's not too loud, hopefully. So that was Pemberton with Irrationals. She died in 11. Yeah, she just died around 1911 when he published that paper that we talked about. So she wrote Irrationals in 1908, and then she also wrote something in the year she died, right? End notes. That's what she wrote. That's sad.
My own brain is too severe. I must be cut off from the ship, lest I sink the whole thing.
Perhaps someone else will pick up where I left off. The rot inside my own brain is too severe. I must be cut off from the ship, lest I sink the whole thing. And notes are sobering, no details, only Pemberton's frustrations. Rest in peace, Dorothea, we hardly knew you. So I have already assigned this, otherwise you wouldn't have had the quote. And this seems to be a dead end, so let's go back.
I have been to France. I have spoken
Um,
to the mind of our generation. I am assured
Let's
of
go
just
to
one thing.
QL24. So this is the bonkers publication that got Le Marchand killed. Maybe we can guess the title. It's a rather long one. Quantum conceptuals in nature? Nah.
Okay, let's see.
Doom comes to the doctorate. Can't really say. But also the Hammerstone Manifesto. Wait a second. So HP08 was a thing, I think. Isn't that like the foundational year?
To make a statement is to remove an idea from the pole like a tooth from the mouth, because any statement uttered is less likely to be believed than any statement arrived at independently. Thus, to change minds, and change them we surely must, it is imperative we state things we know to be false as loudly and boldly as possible, so as to drive the stubborn proletariat towards the truth.
Oh, we have HP06. Interesting. Let me go back to that one then. That's the manifesto. I can tell by the word here. I kind of imagined that one of the earlier publications would be a manifesto. That's why I wanted to go here. And probably it also says, Hammerstone presses first. The idea was to offer anonymous publication to allow writers to speak without committing their reputation to their work. For 2 years, starting in 2008, they tried it. Then they faltered. Anonymity turned out to be negotiable. Meanwhile, Dorothea Pemberton was rewriting history and no one remembers her name. Cool, let's do that. Hello Joe, welcome in. Wir spielen ein, ich würde sagen, das ist ein Hörbuch-Puzzlespiel mit einem Computer, wo wir über Bücher etwas herausfinden müssen. Das heißt TR49 und ist quasi ja, ein sogenanntes Fake-OS-Game. Genau. Bücher irgendwie finden und rausfinden, was es hiermit auf sich hat im Grunde. Und die Reality Warping Machine, genau. Irgendwas macht diese Maschine mit der Realität auch. Genau. The Mungseto. Ja, The Manifesto. Yes, yes. Ich pack mal was rein. So, HBO6 should be the Hammerton Manifesto. There we go.
The Hammerstone Manifesto.
Hammerstone. I keep saying Hammerton, I think. Hammerstone.
The world must be ready to hear things which are shocking, which are transgressive, which upset and undermine our understanding of reality itself, without punishing the author of the text for their radical thinking. Hammerstone is named after the effect such writing will have.
So, this is a dog-eared pamphlet, condition poor, The world must be ready to hear things which are shocking, which are transgressive, which upset and undermine our understanding of reality itself, without punishing the author of the text for their radical thinking. Hammerstone is named after the effect such writing will have. Cecil wrote about this in 49. Hammerstone presses first. Oh yeah. I literally was on that page before. I just got confused. What is it with this? List exists for this publisher. I don't understand this yet. Da, da. There's something in the interface that I haven't quite grasped yet. I will find it out, I'm sure. And that is the red dot. And I think from what I'm thinking, or at least my working theory is, red dot means this is completed, there's nothing to be fetched from there. Hi Robin, welcome, welcome. So wherever there's no red dot, I assume... Wait, can I actually kind of verify that theory? Yeah, because at the beginning of the game, it's an easy assumption to check. How would I check it though? I will check it. I will, but I don't know how to actually check it. So, for example, like the assumption is based on the fact that XR49, for example, is a book that I just randomly entered and I haven't looked at it at all. And this one doesn't have a red dot. But we can try to verify because I mean, here's the thing. What I'm confused about is, let me put that into words. If it's assigned, it gets in the font changes to from handwriting to print letters, right? Typewriter letters. And also the title is assigned here. But there's cases where there's that, but no red dot. So what is the actual difference between those two states? I'm not quite sure about that yet. I will get into it. Let me check. Let's go to the Idylls of the King. How can you actually understand? Oh, wait. It is that on the bottom, no? Oh, it's not. Oh, okay, wait. So this one has links that are not discovered yet, and it has a red dot. So maybe it's the other way around? Could be the other way around. It is the other way around, I guess. Let me get some more examples. So if there's no red dot and I click it, then it's basically a dead end, right? That's what they're trying to... Yep, seems to be verified by this. Basically, probably I guess the state depends on depends on multiple things. So one of them is probably if you picked all the titles and all the numbers, and then also if you have discovered all the links that go out or come in or whatever. So that's what I'm thinking. Oh yeah, I don't mean by dead end that it's yeah, you're right. It's not necessarily a dead end. What I'm saying is that the links that it has are already discovered. AJ 30 into 32. Okay. Yeah, it's not dead end because it leads to several pages. True. It's not leading. Yeah, that's a better description. I haven't fully like described that properly, but if we look at 30 and 32, yeah. So 30 should have things. Well, this one should not have undiscovered things. It does. Wait. Now I got confused. 30 has... Oh, 30 has a red dot, which means... I thought it was the other way around. 30 has a red dot and we see question marks, right? What about 32? All right. Okay. So it's... I think I might have described it exactly the opposite way. So actually... Red dot means the linked pages are discovered. No, wait. Wait. What is going on with my brain? Let me quickly... It's exactly the other way around. I keep mixing up in my head. I don't know why. Because I feel like I would expect it to be different. That's why. That's the problem. The red dot means it still does stuff to discover, yeah. But it's weird still. Like I would have done the other way around. I don't know why, but for me it feels like it's a check mark, although it's red. It's just my brain would have expected it exactly the other way around. Anyway, so red dot means there's still stuff. Red dot means like go here, look here, signal color. Hello, I'm red. Okay. It's red and it's not a check mark. I know, but I would have expected the game to rather mark things that are completed instead of marking things that are not completed. That makes sense, you know? Like it does kind of when it changes typography when you assign a title. Dot gleich not, more to spot. Okay, that's a nice mnemonic device as well. Anyway, I don't want to like discuss interface semantics. Habe heute den zweiten Teil von Farbe beendet und fand ihn sehr gut. Hat es in den Top 10 geschafft von den Games, die ich dieses Jahr gespielt habe. Also Platz 8 von 25 Games. Nice. Man muss den zweiten Teil noch spielen. Nee, ich hab kein Xbox Showcase geguckt. Ich mag ehrlich gesagt die großen Showcases gar nicht so gerne. Die gucke ich auch eigentlich nie. Wir gucken uns ja meistens nur die kleineren Sachen an, aber ja. Understand, just teasing you. Yeah, I feel like with these kinds of things I am very easily teasable, and I think you found that out just now. I'm like, no, but I would have expected this interface to be different. Why is it like this? It's weird. But see, the game is already defying your expectations. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty easy to do. All right, I think we found the meme, the title of this stream. If this were a podcast, we would have found the title by now. Like, I'm looking at traffic light. Is this a check mark? But also, I mean, red means stop, right? Come on. You see what I'm getting at, right? All right. So that's actually cool, though, that they mark a few things for you. Let's start from the top. Let's go to the AJ26 and see what that is about.
Welcome to the home of rational thought. Let's begin with an
So this is the first Academicalist journal. I stumbled upon issue 2 some time ago, under the obvious code. Is that what you mean? No, issue 2 is 27. There seem to be all the other journals here. Seems to be one here. Plot twist, this is not a lever in the game. What, a lever? Oh, wait, do you mean this thing? Do you mean that? That's a check mark. I don't know what you're saying. I see a check mark here. The stream title is quite fitting, actually. Oh yeah, I wrote connecting the dots. You're right. True. If I was working with paper, I would mark done things because I can't unmark things. Yeah, exactly. That's actually a good, more intuitive explanation, I would say. When working digitally, I probably rather mark open things so they pop more. Yeah. So in terms of game interface, it kind of makes sense the way they've done it, but also they kind of how do you call this? Skeuomorphic. The skeuomorphic design of the game is like simulating paper, or like it's supposed to be paper. Anyway, you know. So both explanations kind of make sense. I think you nailed it there, Kixi, for sure. You see it too. It's a check mark, right? Come on. Everybody knows this is a check mark. All right. Okay. So we have some, I guess, academicalist journals to discover. And I think one of the problems about this is that we know that they stopped publishing during World War II, which, but only for parts of it, they said. Also interesting, this one actually says 40 already, as if it's fixed. Why is that? Let's go through the words. So Professor Le Marchand's revisions. Do we have that actually titled?
Let's see.
We have not. Okay, that would be interesting. So in issue number 1, which is in 26, they write about Le Marchand's revisions. Oh, so Le Marchand died in this year, right? That was 26, no? So probably... No, he died in 24. But I'm assuming that when they write about it, that it came out that year. So that's just like a gut feeling thing. So there should be QL 26, and that should be revisions, maybe. Oh wait, QL 26. That doesn't make sense because he died 2 years ago. Wait, what am I saying? Okay, wait. I'm being stupid. Did he write in the year he died? Yeah, that was rather the thing. God damn it. Okay, so that is the one that we already had a couple of times, but it doesn't say revisions. It says something different. What can it say, probably? Doom comes to the doctorate in the shadow of a passage.
All right then.
I don't know. I don't know. Let me go back.
I come to the home of rational thought. Let's begin with a
They write of Professor Le Marchand's revisions destroyed... Oh wait. That was destroyed by a monster from the Church of the Rampaging Christ. C89. Do I have this one mapped out? I mean, Rampaging Christ seems to be a little bit bolder, so maybe RC is a publication initial, so maybe there's RC89. There is.
Scream if you have to. It does not matter for tomorrow. We will rise like throwing spears to rain down on the unrighteous. The lower you go now, the greater your ascension.
That name really sounds ominous. Bow, yes, scrape if you have to. It does not matter, for tomorrow we will rise like thrown spears to rain down upon the unrighteous. The lower you go now, the greater your ascension will be. Alright, so Cecil wrote about this in 74, saying, the Church of the Rampaging Christ sounds like a violent missionary organization. It is not. It is an anti-scientific body dedicated to the destruction of knowledge itself for the betterment of human segregation. What? A dark spin-off of Tennyson's Metaphysical Society. What is that all about? That sounds super weird. Rüdi, Dankeschön für den Raid. Welcome in. Hello. Welcome in, Raiders. Ich hoffe, ihr hattet einen wunderbaren Stream. Was gab's bei euch heute? Ich erinnere mich an Dark Souls mit Fitness. Wie stark sind die Muckis gewachsen in der Zwischenzeit? Und gab es das gleiche heute wieder. Heute war Tomodachi Live. Auch cool. Sehr, sehr funny das Game auf jeden Fall. Yes, rampaging is one of the core Christian values. Yeah. Well, in some parts, in some points in time, yes. And in some aspects of it, always yes. So. Ja, wir spielen weiter TR49 hier, falls ihr das erste Mal hier sein solltet. Ich bin Legüm, willkommen im Cyberspace. Wir spielen Story Games, Puzzle Games und alles dazwischen. Und streamen auf Englisch und auf Deutsch. Ihr könnt jederzeit im Chat aber auch Englisch oder Deutsch schreiben. Wir sind jetzt erstmal im Post-Stream-Log. Alles klar, Rüdi. Dankeschön fürs Rüberraiden. Und genau, enjoy den Post-Stream-Log. Entspannen Sie sich gut nach dem Stream und so weiter. Und lauscht hier noch ein bisschen diesem Audiobuch, Hörbuch. Vielen, vielen Dank. Tomodachi Live immer Drama, da gibt es immer Drama. Oder einfach Comedy. Während das Brot wurde gestalkt. Das klingt sehr interessant. Während das Brot in Tomodachi Live, auch eine geile Idee eigentlich. Ja, ja. Muss ich mal reinschauen, So. The Betterment of Human Segregation, a dark spin-off of Tennyson's Metaphysical Society. So I remembered the name Tennyson. I think that's the poet who wrote the Idylls of the King, which is about King Arthur and stuff. Christ would not, I think, have approved the use of his name. This pamphlet is not recorded, but to serve as a lighthouse for future generations. A tower on the foundering rocks. Steer away. Avoid the rhetoric of the close-minded, for the universe will never fold itself tightly enough to meet these people's needs. Additional log 1974. Again by Cecil, so we have to type in CC11. The author was probably Crystal full. Okay, it's Whistle L. That's a first. No, wait, that's not the. Oh, wait, the name is just Whistle. This is just an I. I cannot recommend its 1932 script, I would assume. Either. Or maybe Screed. A terrible namesake to have. He's still alive. He published something this very year. In 1974. Interesting. Alright. So that was a pamphlet. And then we know that Ernst Whistle wrote something in 74. The only question becomes, what are his initials? Maybe just ER? No. This is Esha Ravindran. No, is it Ega? It just switched. Esha Ravindra. Lin after Devi. That's probably life after or something. In dark waves, I float by the stream led by a beacon of starlight. No more screams echo through me as I drift slowly into the sea. Alice wrote about it in 82. She says, venomous. It calls to mind the elements of EK 65. That's not Ernst Whistle, is it? No, probably not. But I'm just going to continue with this. Now we have Mrs. Kendrick as an author. Okay. EK65. Cecil wrote about it in 69. Another novel. There are too many of these in here now. They're like weeds. Mrs. Kendrick writes well enough. A Chinese immigrant finds beauty in the woods, but what does that have to say about the matters of importance? I hear the review, that's probably the literary review, volume 56 claimed her husband wrote this. I think they don't know her older work. The title alone gives it away. What is the title? We don't know. In 1936, Pre-Marriage, Dead Voice, case closed. And then also Alice has to say something, which is, I think, AL12. Her last book was better, though. If a bit weird. I finally found a copy. It was published the year Dad died. Okay, so... I need to write things down because I keep forgetting. Okay, so... So we don't know her first name, but we know the initials, which is cool. So let me write down. We have Professor Kendrick. We will have EK, which is E something Kendrick. And I'm just making the assumption it's about Professor Kendrick's wife, because they haven't confirmed that 100%. There was a way how I can actually move the row. There we go. And then also, the year Dad died. Okay, so we need EK, the year Dad died, which I don't know if I know. I might have forgotten. Da war was mit I? Wait. Der hieß Ernst, also Ernst Whistle. Ernst Whittle oder Ernst Whistle. Ja, Whistle. Aber wo hast du die Sache her? Also die 74. Hab ich gerade irgendwas vergessen? Okay, wir collecten mal die Volume. Den hatten wir gesucht, bevor wir aus Versehen auf Miss Kendrick gekommen sind. Ah. Moment mal. Ich gehe mal ganz kurz zurück. Ich muss das nochmal kurz ein bisschen... EK65. EK65. ER. Nee, genau, das passte nicht. Ich glaube auch Ernst Whistle ist der Nachname. Also, sicherlich. Das heißt, wird als zweites kommen eher. Aber, achso, das sagst du jetzt gerade. Ja, danke. Jetzt verstehe ich. Ich muss, das war jetzt ein bisschen... Ich hatte das schon aus meinem RAM gelöscht. Jetzt verstehe ich. Als To-Do meinst du das? Irgendwas E74 in Klammern Ernst Whistle. Thanks. Danke für den Input für das To-Do. Genau, genau. Hi, genau. Let's continue back to this. EK65. Let's check out the titles here, which I haven't collected yet. So we have volume 56.
Literary Review, volume 56.
Which I am thinking we already have some of them named, right? So if they came out yearly, that could mean 6 years later, which means 65.
Dead Voice.
Alright, so now we also know that she wrote Pre-Marriage in 36, Dead Voice. So let me also put that one down. That should be... Dead Voice. And then we have what I just said about the literary review. 65 should be volume 56, something like that. Gute Nacht, Kiksi. Sleep well. Schön, dass du da warst. Hab noch eine schöne Zeit. Und erhole dich gut vom Tag. Noch was ausschreiben? Was? Den Key. Vielleicht beim To-Do noch den Key ausschreiben, das gewünscht wurde. Ah. Weiß ich, welcher Key war es denn? Müsste ich jetzt auch nochmal zurückgehen. Ich merke mir die Keys nicht. Noch eins zurück. Oh, Ernst Whistle also wrote something in 32. Wait, did I write 32 down? I don't even know. So this one is in RC89. It says that. Okay, so I think these are enough leads to continue in a sec. Also, let me go forward again so I get to... Oh shit. I can't go forward from here because I just guessed. I guessed ER47. 74. 74. Then we went to maybe Eleanor Kendrick, I don't know. And we found out that she wrote 2 books and her books were written about in the literary review. I want to start with that actually. Did I check this? I did. Okay, let's go and check out if we can find LR65. There we go. Alright, Cecil wrote about this in 1970. The review covers Kendrick's new book only because she once wrote about spiritualism. Then they say Greenwalker marks something.
Green Walker.
Marks the something of Pinkin Kendrick's work. Oh, PK stands for Pinkin, not Professor Kendrick. Interesting. Maybe that's like a kind of a bait thing that they put out there early and I was just assuming. And now we are off the bait track. This could have been like maybe a problem later on. I don't know if Nadir is a word. It doesn't change. So it covers her book. Then they say that Greenwalker by her husband. Okay, what does it mean? It sounds very Turkish to me, or Arabic. Interesting. Marks the whatever this means of Pinkin Kendrick's work. Imagine Mrs. Kendrick's fury about that comment. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be the editor of the literary review when she releases her next. Her power is growing. Yeah, so it is Arabic then. See? So that's from medieval Latin. Nadia. I don't know how that's pronounced in Latin. From Arabic. Oh, that's totally different than I expected. It's Nazir as Samt. Composed of, or it's Nazir, I guess. Or is it a long E? It's a long E. A long I. Nazir. Counterpart corresponding to. And Asamt the zenith. Okay. Nadir, plural nadir is the point of the celestial sphere directly opposite the zenith, inferior pole of the horizon, point of the celestial sphere directly under the place of observation. So, figuratively, the lowest point, the time of greatest depression. Oh god, that's what they said. Tiefpunkt, ja, genau. But they're saying, wait, what are they saying? Hatte ich auch nicht. Nee. What are they saying? They're saying, wait, who's... Her name is not Pinkin, right? I mean, it sounds weird. Why would they say... Wait. Maybe her name is Pinkin. It doesn't make sense with the E. It wouldn't, but it also wouldn't make sense that they write about her husband. I'm gonna type in the things. All right, so let's try. This one. That's Greenwalker, we can see by the title. Another novel. There are too many of these. Oh yeah, we had that already. Yeah, 2. Makes sense. I've been here. Let's assign it. Because we know it's Greenwalker. And then we'll see.
Greenwalker.
Jin knew that to leave the path was to commit a great transgression, but the call of every rock and shrub was too strong. At least no one was watching. And then Nadir would be the IC point. The Imam Koeli? I have no idea what that means. An Radix horoscope? Today I learned. You know your shit. I don't know anything about it. So... is Pinkin a name or a thing? I think it's a name. What if I enter PK? I mean, wait. Yeah. So what I was confused about is actually confusing me even more now, because it seems like her initials... Why is it going here? I want to go here. All right, so her, I don't know, maybe it's not her initials, but for what it's worth, it's the index that she's filed under. Starts with EK. But it appears that her name is Pinkin Kendrick. And maybe they have middle names, or maybe it's like it's something else, you know? It could be like a role, like professor, but Pinkin means something. I don't know. I'm just gonna go with that and just write that down. There's definitely some like confusion in my head about this, but it's maybe a language thing. So it seems like... All right, so we got that. We also know that there was a book from 32. No, 36. 36. We have that checked. Wait, what? That voice. So maybe it was PK back then? She changed her name, maybe. No, wait, I'm confused. This is Professor Kendrick's book. Hold on. I'm confused. Okay, this is Professor Kendrick. We had that quite early on. So... was this the one with the note from Elise? No. So we go back to the review. Scroll down. Alice's note. Her last book was better though. No, that's not the one I was looking for. Scheiße. Egal. Doesn't matter. We still have some leads. I have to figure this out somehow. Oh, it does say on the bottom here. In 1936, pre-marriage. Oh wait, pre-marriage means her last name will be different. Huh, but also her first name changes or what? That would mean her name was not Kendrick back then. Also, yeah, I'm getting very confused. The review that we just read, the volume 56, which was released in 65, in that review, apparently they're claiming her husband wrote this. That's why I think I got this info kind of mangled up with things. I did, but I don't remember. I would have to check my logs and back of my head. But anyway, the 65 that we found, in that apparently the review says her husband wrote this. And that's okay, so it is actually okay, so yeah. Okay. Let's go back to this. Let's figure my screen just blacked out. There we go. Let's just figure this out. Because the review covers the new book, because she wrote about spiritualism. Then they say Green Walker marks the low point of Pinkin Kendrick's work. So by that sentence they're saying, and that was also my first assumption, and then I kind of strayed away from it again. So this sentence is saying, hey, she didn't actually write this thing. That's actually by her husband, but it's also the low point of her husband, which is wildly misogynistic and also weird. So her name is not actually Pinkin, that's Professor Kendrick's name. So we know that Professor Kendrick is actually called Pinkin.
All right then.
So I got confused by that. Let's remove that again and go here. Then we go Professor / Pinkin Kendrick. I think one review mentioned that she was from a foreign country, not sure if I remember correctly. I also don't remember at all, but from reading that she wrote a story about a Chinese immigrant immediately made me think that she has the same background story. So maybe you're right. In fairness, it might also be a really bad book. Oh yeah, it's probably it is probable. I don't know. I don't really know the books, so my mind is all over the place, so I have to like collect myself. We have done this. I got confused by confusing the name Pinkin for her name. So we're done with that. So apparently she wrote a book in 36, but back then she didn't have the last name ending in K. It's not K, because pre-marriage, if that makes sense. Maybe I have something in my notes. So we know what red dot means now. Alright, let's look at the notes in the game itself. That's a thing in the game.
Let's see.
Oh, there's something about Alfonso. We can check here. Alfonso. We have Le Tour. Ernst Whistle. Cecil's namesake. What is that? An active member of the Church of the Rampaging Christ. Xavier Youngman, Alice Calderly. Oh, interesting fact, which I didn't put together. It says here the Academicalist Journal didn't publish during World War II, which we knew. or the moon landing year. So that is actually exactly 6 years, no? We have 5 years of World War II, 1 year. Namesake? Namesake? What do you mean? It said namesake here. Cecil's namesake. Or is it Namisake? Is it Japanese? That's like name giver, right? Namensgeber? Or is it something completely different? I might be wrong. Not quite? Okay, then you can tell me, because I actually don't know that word, it seems. Keepsake. I know keepsake. Namesake. I don't. It's specifically the person someone is named after. Oh, that's what I meant, but I said Namensgeber. But what I mean is... how's that called in German? I don't know the right word in German, but basically the person that... Wait, what? Oh, I'm not thinking ahead. I was on the other note with my brain. So you're trying to nudge me into a direction. So that guy's name is also Cecil? Yeah, true. But what does... my brain was still on the note, and also what namesake in German means. So I wasn't ready to connect the dots here. So, but then we know, yeah, so it's CE then. Paten? No, what is it? Like, I'm still stuck on that. What is it called in German? Like, the person that you are named after. Paten? Nein. Pater? Vetter. Yeah, Vetter, not Pater. Pater, something. But also, I thought that... I'm confused, because I thought Namensvetter is just someone in your family that has the same name. Which is also true in that case. But it doesn't mean necessarily that you got named after them. You know what I'm saying? But it's close enough, I guess. It's not quite the same thing. It's close enough though. Okay, let me put that down. And also then afterwards, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break to clear my head a little bit. And wait, did I have it already somewhere here? Did I not write Earthwhistle in here? I didn't. Huh. Weird. Very weird. Namensgeber ist es dann einfach. Okay, okay. That makes sense. How do I actually... I can't. Okay. I have to do it like this. So. Cecile Erst. I think it's Earthwhistle. Church of Rampaging Christ. Other notes? I think we can get together, we can stitch together the years now for the Academicalist journals. We just have to subtract the year of the moon landing. I think that was 67 or 69. I never know. I think it's 67 though. No, it's 69. See, my brain, for some reason I can't. Is it 69? Okay, thanks. For some reason I don't. There's another event that happened in 67 that is also quite big. Was it the assassination of John F. Kennedy maybe? So I might get them. Confused or something else. Emma Mayfleur. Why is it associated code saying Emma Mayfleur? Wait, that is... The game tells me something I have not put together yet. That is interesting. Because I didn't know. So apparently EK is Emma. Later Kendrick, and before that... Oh, fell in love. That's why. Okay, that's the connection. I should have made that connection, but the game made it for me. It's fine. So I fell in love with PK after reading a novel, of course. It's the partner. Yeah, so that's what you meant earlier in chat too. Yeah, I've got that stuff, but the... No, I completely, like, in my brain, I haven't had that memorized. Now that I read it again, I'm like, oh yeah, there was something like that, but I didn't remember this. The falling in love story after she read his book. I didn't remember. Right, okay, so we know Emma Mayfleur is I guess, how do I write this down now? This probably goes... I'll just write it in the same row. Emma Mayfleur, or let's say Kendrick nay Mayfleur. That's how you say it, I think, without the accent, but it's okay. And that should be AM. Now we know. Right? We got that. So we will do EM. Then later on EK. Also, this is now CE and this is CE2. Okay, we'll check that after the break. And anything else? No, I think... No, wait, I wasn't in the notes. Let me go back. We got that here. And she's... Wait. She's also the one who wrote Break Code? Again, with a different name? In 92? Like, it's now S? So it used to be M, then it's K, now it's S? Interesting. I don't remember this. Joshua Silverton had a rivalry with Pink and Kendrick. Reactionary group who destroyed Quentin Le Marchand's last book. Cool. Good progress. Takes a little bit, but we're getting there. Let me take a short break, run some ads, go piss, and get maybe a tea. I feel like I wanna drink something soothing for the Stimmbänder. So see you all right after the break. We're back. Selber rücken. All right. Let's continue with stuff. Let's continue with EM36. That's Emma Mayfleur's book. So Cecil wrote about this in 1972. A novel by Emma Mayfleur. A medium can see ghosts of people who have not died yet. They tell her how they died, and so she's able to save them. Until the medium herself dies, only to tell herself how to avoid it. The paradox ends the book. And then 8 years later, Emma Mayfleur married, changed her name. Perhaps she had a child. 8 years after that, aged 43, she restarted her novelist's career a second time. She kept the naming scheme from her early work. What does he mean with naming scheme? Like, he could have said she kept her name, author name from the earlier work. So why is he saying scheme, which is a bit weird. Okay, so this one is about mediums and ghosts and stuff. Oh yeah, we know the title. It's Dead Voice.
Dead voice.
Be gone, spirit, unless you have something to tell me. Come closer, for you seem familiar to my eye.
You have something to tell me. Come closer, for you seem familiar to my eye.
Okay. So then we also know that 6 years later, or what did it say here? Eight years. 8 years later, she married. So in 42, she was EK. And then 8 years again. So in 50, she seemed to have changed her name again. But also the 2 here, isn't that related to the
Okay.
ES92?
Let's see.
We already know that, don't we? Did I... Wait a second. There. Why is it Mrs. Kendrick only? Yeah, so that's... that's the link on the bottom. ES92. I think.
You would believe that the machine could benefit humankind, but the longer it ran, the clearer it became that humankind stood forever on a line, with those at the front taking the largest share. So, to put all the value in a single place was to starve those who could never reach the front.
Okay, so that was Emma's last book, I guess. Just as Emma's writing her last book, the worst of the worst come back. Or maybe she's just now writing the last book. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, and I found a letter written the year I left, but hidden, left for me to find, or I don't know. have to find out how to get to that letter, maybe. Did we enter CC49 before? Because she's saying that there's a facsimile of one of his log entries in the book. We probably did, but let me try that again. Yes, of course. Let me go back.
You believe that the machine could benefit humankind.
So this one's already titled.
The era became that humankind stood forever in
So why does
those at the front
the
taking
link
advantage
not
of that? So to put all the values
properly
of
show?
starflows,
I'm curious.
guns,
Because I went here,
unless you have something to
and
tell
apparently
me.
this is connected to something ending in the digit 2. And I thought it would be... Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be a book by her. It can be something else. Yeah. There is some facts here that I want to write down, so... Wait, is it Emma Mayfleur? Actually, I'm confused right now. It is, yeah. She married in 42. Restarted novelist career in 1950. All right. Let me go back to my... We got that. All right. Let's go to CE32.
I see problems. They move like woodlice, scuttling into the cracks in society.
I see problems. They move like wood lice, scuttling into the cracks in society. Cecil wrote about this in 74. He's best known for hurting Anglo-Gallic relations. Gallic. I was thinking that doesn't sound right. By destroying the only draft of Le Marchand's masterpiece revisions. So he was part of the Church of Rampaging thingy, because they are supposed to be the one that destroyed his last work, I think. It is a shame he did not destroy his own writings instead. Wow. Shots fired. To call this document of corrections foul is to insult rotting corpses and festering sewage, both of whom have a necessary place in the scheme of things. A world without Erstwhistle's contribution would be a world improved, as he recently confirmed. A tadpole of a man. My copy came with a bonus tucked inside. Joshua Silverton, I think. 38. I would love to know how it came up to be there. Okay, let's go for that. It sounds familiar. We might have already visited this. Yes, we did.
Bastard. It's earned you
against me, Mayflower. But that wasn't enough. We had to destroy me, my reputation, and mind. Hell hath no pit deep enough, but I suppose he will have written himself into heaven. So, I know how it works as well as him.
So, what's the constellation here? This is written by Joshua Silverton, right? Which we have notes about here. Yeah, and he was rivals with Professor Kendrick. That's what we're reading, that red bastard. So he's saying that red bastard, he turned you against me, Mayflower. So he's referring to Professor Kendrick, I guess. And that wasn't enough. He had to destroy me, my reputation, and then my mind. Hell has no pit deep enough, but I suppose he will have written himself into heaven. Still, I know how it works, as well as him. It's rare for this archive to file a letter, but this letter written by Silverton to Kendrick, okay, it explains, is too intriguing to pass up. Her reply from the following year is equally remarkable. Okay, cool, we can do that. 5 years later, J.S. was dead with only one more publication to his sorry name. Okay, wait. Okay, stuff's going on. We got I just want to go back quickly because I want to understand. He said he found this letter tucked in this book, right?
They move like woodlice, scuttling into the cracks in society.
It's a document. It's a pamphlet, okay. My copy of this pamphlet came with a bonus tucked inside the letter. I would love to know how it came to be there. We don't. We won't know. So then we found the letter of Joshua Silverton from 38. And it says here that 5 years later, J.S. was dead with only one more publication to his sorry name. So I guess within the 5 years, he published something else.
I know how it works as well as him.
Yeah. Another last publication. Something. Then we know that the her reply from the following year. So that means in 39 we have, I guess by now she's called EK. Let's go on with that, I think, because that's a bit more clear. That would be EK39. Interesting. Oh no, she got married in 42. She wasn't married yet.
I don't deny it, we were close once, but I find it hard to imagine now. Whatever we had is gone, like the frost of winter. I intend to marry him once we have enough money. Do not contact me again.
Boah, der Korb. Korb of Doom. So, I don't deny it. We were close once, but I find it hard to imagine now. Whatever we had, it is gone, like the frost of winter. I intend to marry him once we have enough money. Do not contact me again. So this is what she replied to Joshua. And then Cecil writes in 75, this remarkable machine deduced who this letter was for using the literary review from 53? Okay, why? How did that work?
Yes, Kendrick was known for his quick wit and roving eye. But what was less well known was that he was a sucker punch if you smiled at him. The first woman to figure this out was Emma Mayfleur, and she took him to the cleaners.
So there is a little bit of a English comprehension lacking on my side because I'm not 100% sure what these idioms mean. So I might need to have help with that. This one says, yes, Kendrick was known for his quick wit and roving eye, but what was less well known was that he was a sucker punch if you smiled at him. So I don't exactly know what sucker punch means. And also, the first woman to figure this out was Emma Mayfleur, and she took him to the cleaners. So I guess from context, I would infer that means he's very gullible, like he can be manipulated easily, and she did that quite a lot. That's what I'm taking from this, maybe. All right, thanks, Korenchkin. All right, Welle, sleep well. Happy Slurky mode. Nacht, Nacht dir. Okay, years of debunking has left the literary review jaded. But sometimes they get a juicy bone to gnaw. This volume details how Kendrick's research was stolen in the late 20s and the professor had an inappropriate affair with a student. The man has no shame. In the shadow of a passage, he spills it, garters and all. But Kendrick doesn't point the finger at who was the mastermind behind the theft. The review does. Okay. So Joshua Silverton... I guess Joshua Silverton maybe was in cahoots with Emma Mayfleur. Until then, Emma Mayfleur fell in love with Kendrick. Maybe? I don't know. This is the document from which you figure out that Emma Mayfleur married Kendrick, by the way. This one. About the inappropriate affair. Gute Nacht, Halo Joe, sleep well. Komm gut in den Montagmorgen. Alright, okay, this one. So. His research was stolen in the late 20s. He had an inappropriate affair with a student, probably Emma Mayfleur. And he spells it out in the shadows of a passage. Have we actually named that one or mapped it? I don't think. But Kendrick doesn't point a finger at who was the mastermind behind the theft. The review does. It was JS. They celebrate this in volume 50 as a historical event of timeline significance. Let's check out volume 50 then.
We seek not to be a reflection of what is being produced, but rather a beacon, showing what ought to be made.
They start tearing apart the mystics, and first in line, my Hammerstone Press 56. A cheap copy, well, it's true enough, but I'll live on. They might celebrate, but so can I. This archive hit a milestone. I don't know. That's not what I was looking for here. Let me go back.
Kendrick was known for his quick wit and roving eye, but what was less well known was that he was a sucker punch if you smiled at him.
In the shadow of a passage, we have not assigned that yet. So what I do know now is that he wrote a book called, or something, called In the Shadow of a Passage. Alright, let me go back from this again. We were
I
at
don't deny it, we
the
were close
letter.
once, but I find it hard to imagine now. Whatever we had, it's gone, like the frost of winter.
Did I open
I
this one?
intend to marry him once we have no one in. Do not contact me again.
No, I didn't, I guess. So this remarkable machine deduced who this letter was for using the literary review. And the recipient would try one more last desperate time a year later. Alright, so Joshua Silverton wrote back in... What is it now? In 40? So there's JS 40.
What we eat, we devour. What opens, holds. Bindings cannot lift. Reality hangs like a darkened cloth over our eyes.
What we eat, we devour. What opens, pulls. Bindings cannot lift. Reality hangs like a darkened cloth over our eyes. We mourn it. Cecil wrote about this in 76. Here it is. Silverton's final work. Never published. He handwrote one copy, this copy, and he sent it to Kendrick. But Kendrick didn't even open it. He was too busy courting the woman Silverton was in love with. So it lay untouched until 73. I know that's when Kendrick found it, because of his final novel, Men Must Devour. Written in 73, published the year after. Silverton died 3 years later, 40 years old. Ignominious? Never heard of that word. Beaten. A year after that, the Kendricks were wed. Oh, okay, so there's lots of connecting dots here. Which I probably should write down. Anyway, let's grab the
Men
title.
must devour.
So they're saying this letter was sent by Joshua Silverton, right? But they're saying this copy, this letter was sent to Kendrick. And then he says, but Kendrick didn't even open it. He was too busy courting. So this letter was not written back to Emma, but instead it was written back to Professor Kendrick. Which is interesting, I guess. And he did never open it because he was courting Emma Mayfleur. And I know that that's when Kendrick found it because of his final novel, Men Must Devour. So is that the... I guess he didn't switch characters between sentences, so I guess this is still Professor Kendrick. And then we know that he published that in 74. Okay, so that means that. I know that's when Kendrick found it, blah, blah, blah. Silverton died 3 years later. So this... Yes, so Silverton died in 43. They got married in 42. Oh, that doesn't make sense. Silverton died 3 years later. 40 years old. 3 years later. 3 years later is 43. And then it says a year after that the Kendricks were wed. But I thought they were already married in 42. Maybe I'm getting the numbers a little bit mixed up, but it's fine. Maybe it's off by one error or something, I don't know. Ignominious, I guess. Comparative, more... especially of a person deserving of disgrace or dishonor. Despicable. Oh, okay. Thank you. Interesting. Cool. I don't particularly care when Silverton died, but I guess let's write it down. So Silverton died 43.
All right then.
Maybe it will be important at some point. Or does he mean Silverton died 3 years after 73? No. Because they got married in the 40s. That does make sense. No. Did they? Yeah. There's something off with the dates here. Alright, so Men Must Devour, written by PK. But also, let me do that first. There's something very wrong with this letter. I have not been able to shake its words from my mind. Yeah. Also, Alice. There's something even more wrong about the letter he wrote after this one, Father. Wait, what? There's another one? So did he write another one? I guess there's only 2 more options of indices, which is the year after and the year after that, because... Or maybe even 3, because he could have died in the same year that he wrote the last letter in. So what we can do is try JS41 then. And more. Okay. That sounds weird. Cause of death, mental deterioration. Okay, so this, what is that? Is that a book? Is that, what is this? I don't know. This archive is no place for a death certificate. Oh, okay. But this one is striking. I felt the machine needed to see it. This is what Le Marchand would call a revision. I'm certain of it. A consequentient reality. Revision has an asterisk. No, that was just a glitch. Okay. See Quantum Conceptuals in Nature and the Pen of Galileo.
The Pen of Galileo.
If you doubt me. I don't know what that means. So I guess I'm assuming this is Joshua Silverton's death certificate. But it's not the letter that he wrote that Alice was referring to, I think.
What we eat, we devour. What opens, holds. Bindings cannot lift. Reality hangs like a darkened cloth over our eyes.
Liam has been suspiciously quiet for the longest time. Yes, I was thinking the same thing when I had the break. I didn't really mention it, but I was thinking exactly the same thing. It's very interesting. No tone, nothing. Interesting. There's something even more wrong about the letter he wrote after this one, Father. So apparently there's another letter by... Apparently he died 3 years later, so maybe... I don't understand. We didn't... Maybe... Okay, but I entered the years for 41 and 42 and it didn't do anything. That just means that the game doesn't let me go there, maybe? I don't know. Let's continue with the things we know. Gott genoss. Yeah.
I see problems. They move like wood lice, scuttling into the cracks in society.
De Marchand's masterpiece was revisions, and we still don't understand quite what those are. It means something, but I don't know. Alright. Apparently, there's also another publication by Joshua, so I guess that was the letter. But it's not a publication, is it? In the year maybe after? Yeah, that seems to be a publication. No, that's John Steinbeck. Okay. The Grapes of Wrath. 1957. Cecil writes, vile. I was thinking of HB 22 throughout. What is HB 22? Hammerstone Press. Something, something. I found something. Hammerstone's last volume. They shot to fame. Then someone shot the editor at a lunch for supporters of Mussolini. Damn. The culprit said the recent literary review put them up to us. The recent literary review put them up to it. Oh, I wasn't processing what this means. To it. The volume was pulled and pulped. It might as well never have existed. This copy comes in via Perplexing Astrality.
Perplexing Astrality.
And HP 56. Which is the title now. Yeah. Okay. The Hammerstone imprint came up for sale, name rights and old stock, all the way back to the Hammerstone Manifesto and including some other copies here. A literary review detested these books so much they got their editor killed. Yeah, so... Someone killed... Okay, so maybe the Hammerstone people were actually fascists in support of Mussolini? Genau, Hammerstone Press war ein Verlag, der ist so ein bisschen Meinungsfreiheit-mäßig. So, ja, wir sind Verfechter der Meinungsfreiheit. Leute sollen ihre radikalen Ideen posten dürfen, ohne Verantwortung übernehmen zu müssen. Also es klingt schon so danach, als würden die auch Faschisten decken oder so. Deswegen habe ich gerade gedacht. Und weil jetzt gerade Mussolini auch drin vorkam, aber... Es kann ja auch in alle Richtungen gehen, man weiß es halt nicht. Aber... So this one's astral perplexities. I mean, perplexing astrality, I guess.
Perplexing Astrality.
Why do we read? Well, to be elsewhere, to change this world out for another. How long does this change last? Well, as long as it takes for the glow of the words to fade from our eyes. Here's what I've learned. The more we read, the more truth is created. What a splendid thing. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's go back. So this is Hammerstone Press's last volume. They shot to fame, then someone shot the editor at a lunch for supporters of Mussolini. So this is by 22. This copy came in via Perplexing Astrology. Not quite sure what that means. Let's continue with other stuff. We found out who... Wait, do we know who ES is? I mean, I think it's Emma, but I don't know her last name. Could be another remarriage situation. Haben wir Make auf der To-Do-Liste? Das war, ja, das ist eins von diesen Dings. Opcodes für Dinge machen. Aber ich glaube, du kannst halt nur MA schreiben und danach musst du halt irgendwie eine Zahl nochmal eingeben. Aber wir können es, also ich weiß halt nicht, wie man das kombinieren soll. Also welche Zahl man dann dahinter packen soll. Da brauche ich dann schon irgendwie nochmal einen Hinweis für. I think the game has confirmed that it's Emma. Yeah, I mean, in a way it did, because Breakcodes was on the same list, but I left it as open as a to-do in the sense that I don't know the last name. But yeah, you're right. So find out Emma's last name. Last name starting with S. 92 breakcodes. That would be a thing. Also, let me get rid of a few to-dos here. Then we can safely delete these. And do that. It's hard for me because I'm on Windows now and I don't usually like do typing work a lot on Windows, which has different shortcuts than a Mac. Okay, let's start from here. I've done JS39, I think. That's how we landed here somehow. We go back. Da stand in der Notiz, dass sie das eingebaut. Wer ist sie? Oh yeah, I put in JS39 and John Steimer came out. I see.
Okay, let's see.
I still don't know what to do about this one if we have uncovered everything here, but let's go. We've done this one. That was Emma's. Hold on. EK39, how is that possible? She got married in 42. And I think I did that wrong and then I corrected it, no? EK39. That was wrong and then I entered EM. Yeah, so that is actually done. Just wanted to make sure I didn't forget anything here. And then we have... Let's go to PK74. Wait, it jumped to some place and then it changed. God damn it. Oh, probably jumped to PK36, which we already know. Alright. Du hast eine Idee? Ja, genau. Dann lass mich noch mal ein bisschen kochen. Dann komme ich vielleicht noch mal drauf zurück, wenn ich gar nicht weiterkomme. Aber strong. Alright. So, Professor Kendrick 74. du meinst Robin, ne? Könnt ihr ja privat machen, ne? PK74 is Man Must Devour. Let's add that now. PK Men Must.
Men must devour.
He reads the letter and it is like pepper on his eyes. He clutches at his face. Still there, he thinks. Like hatred. Boiled down to little bits, small enough to snort. A foul cocaine. Cocaina. So, that was... I think that was his last book, maybe. I don't know. Alice writes about this in 85. The plot. A professor reads an ancient book, but it is a weapon. And it eats his mind from the inside. His wife cannot help him. The whole thing is told by the professor himself, as his mind folds up on itself. That sounds very interesting. It ends mid-sentence with the professor apologizing to his wife for doing the same to her years before. What? This is going in spirals now. A year after the publication of this maniac book, so in 75, a year after the publication of this maniac book, Pinken Kendrick was committed to the institution where he later died. Okay. Why? Unclear. His widow only said it was a deeply personal matter. But if this archive proves anything, it is that all matter is personal. Nothing exists outside of the people who observe it. For example, 2 years later, her novel is about a nurse tending to victims of an insane war. I miss you, Dad. I did a catalog card under AC, if you can read them. Alright, tons of things here. So, the professor reads an ancient book, but it is a weapon, and it eats his mind from the inside. The machine eats books. Maybe this whole story is just another book. I don't know. The whole thing is told by the professor. It ends mid-sentence. A year after the publication, so in 75, he was committed to the institution. Two years later, what is this referring to? To 74? Or the date she was mentioning a few sentences earlier? I guess 74. So in 76, there was a novel of, I guess...
All right then.
Either ES or EM76. No, EK. Yeah. And then there's a catalog card under AC. What does that stand for? I'm just gonna click it to see if it leads somewhere. Alice called... Oh. But it's AL before. Why is it now Alice Calderly, maybe? Catalog card. I did a catalog card. Maybe it's about AC76? Nah. We are in PK74. All right. So now we can check ES or EK. I guess it's EK 76. Wait, it was written in and then published later, no? No, I mean it was published in... Wait, let me go back. There was something about a year difference somewhere. Where did we land? This is not the previous book. That's weird. I'm confused. Okay. Still. So this is Professor Kendrick, 39. This one is clearly all true. An accusation wrapped in a novel like a flimsy disguise. A young student finds a notebook from a dying university professor in his pigeonhole, outlining a principle that can change reality itself, but before he can make sense of it, it's stolen from him, and things around him begin to change until one day a young woman comes to sell it back to him. Yeah, so that is the story about Doom comes to the doctorate, is it? I think so.
Doom comes to the doctorate.
Listen, she says. I know it sounds outlandish, but it's simple really. We've all been doing it for years, here and there by accident. I've just bottled it, if you like, and I'll give it to you for a price. Did Kendrick make this true? Did he dream this after his world had changed, like an echo? Is it fiction when it all happened? I can't keep it straight. How does the machine stay sane? Yeah, I feel the same way, girl. I'm like, I don't even know which layer is reality, but I guess we're supposed to question reality anyway. But I don't know. I can't really explain things. It's really hard to grasp.
All right then.
Okay. I didn't find under ESEK 76 for some weird reason. Let's do EK 77, 1 year later. Right, this is Emma Kendrick. The heroine of Kendrick's last novel is a plucky young academic turned war nurse who turns the tables against the Reich in Vichy, France, I guess, by leading a rebellion of the injured and the sick and the dead. Did she just blink? Did I imagine this? They didn't do movements before. Maybe I just imagined it. I guess I did. The second half gets psychedelic, pure fantasy, as Kendrick herself later acknowledged in a retrospective in the Literary Reviews Volume 72.
Literary Review, Volume 72.
Also, place AJ missing years. But it comes from a place of deep humanity and raises a mirror to the dark machine of the Vietnam War. It was popular, more popular than Doomwild, but it's weirdly hard to find now.
Doomwild.
So apparently Doomwild was by her too. Oh, she did blink. I saw that. Can't fool me. There. I saw it. I didn't invent things. I didn't imagine it. That's wild. So Doomwild was by... by her too. Let's do the additional log. Speaking of fantasy, what is the point of continuing here? This will be my last card. I can't do it, Father. Whatever it was, it died with you. Very short title, probably starting with an E. Or maybe not. Is this end piece? Wait, no.
End piece.
Wait, I'm not ready for this. It's just a short title and I was thinking maybe E, but I don't want to...
Liam, I think this is it. This one is the book.
This is end piece. Are you sure? There should be a way to retrieve the sources that are inside this thing. Maybe something on one of the early screens, I don't know.
The heart sees more than the eye. The eye can be made to see. And when it's given space...
This is it. It's got to be. I'm absolutely certain.
There should be a way to retrieve the sources that are inside this thing. Maybe something on one of the early screens, I don't know.
Yeah, the opcodes and stuff. Thanks for... They're faster than you can
Another
believe.
car. Closer this time.
Stop it. What is that clip about? What did I say? I don't remember saying that. But thanks for the clip. The heart sees more than the eye. The eye can be made to see, and what is given space to be seen is heard. And rejoice, for we find the heart open and the sky closed.
Damn it, they found us.
You shut up. I need time. I can't really rush it now.
But I've no idea how to get these books out.
There should be a way to retrieve the sources that are inside this thing. Maybe something on one of the early screens, I don't know.
I know that you're trying to force me to do this, but I'm not ready for this. You know, I want to continue doing things here.
That last power surge must have made us visible. They're here. They're right here.
Brother, I feel like the game's on a timer now.
They're here. Don't forget what I told you, Abby.
What you want to know? No. I feel like... I mean, if I go with the lore, if there's a timer that is, yeah, I understood already. I think I'm gonna go with the flow. The game's trying to tell me something is urgent right now, and I think I should do it. So we're supposed to destroy the thing, right? So what I want to do is use the wipe command. Or make a copy of it. I mean, probably there's a choice to it. But also, I don't know what the consequences of it are. Because it seems like it's the last book of Emma Kendrick, which is very self-referential and autobiographic, maybe even a little bit in parts, and it's about the nurse. But why do we want to destroy it, and why do we want to... Okay, actually, speedrun yet. Actually, I think I would like to know if there's a timer. Like, is the game actually pushing me because there's a timer? Because it feels like it very much. Okay, thanks. That kind of relieves, is a bit relieving, because then I can just take my time and find out a bit more before I do rash decisions. Yeah, I mean, he really threw me off there. I was somewhere before, and I probably... PK 77? No, EK.
Sees more than the eye can be made to see. What is given space to be seen is heard, and rejoice, for we find the heart open and the sky closed.
Okay, let's go for volume 72 of the literary review, which we already know some about. Alright, add 22 to 59, which makes it 81. LR 81. Literary Review interviews the 70-year-old Emma Kendrick, as though they hadn't tried to discredit her 16 years before. Alright. She's worked them over and they don't even know it. Oh, and they mentioned Us, the only known copy of Youngman's 1878 work on the intangibility of matter.
On the intangibility of matter.
They mentioned Us, the only copy of Youngman's work is in the private archive of one Cecil Calderly. Oh, that's a quote. Didn't do any research, clearly. My first proper card, Dad. I hope I've done it right. I did something first. I did a log first. I don't understand. And then she came... This was 81. She left in 85 and then she came back. Oh, wait, what? Hold on, what? Wait a second, why? Okay. It said 1919? Like as in 1919 with Alice. That didn't make any sense time-wise, but it was a glitch. It's just 1999. She doesn't mention her late husband. She does hint a new one's coming in, but she knows what she's got. She knows what her book can do. Price dead. It wasn't an accident. She knew. Did she send Professor Kendrick mad as well? Or was that someone else? His own 74 account blames it on a book. I guess I could believe that now. So the book turns people mad and also distorts reality. Ist nur weil es Early Access ist, ja. So I think Xavier Young Man it is, isn't it? Yeah. So probably XY78 would be this one. But also 16 years ago would be LR55. Which I feel like we had. No, we didn't. Then we have XY78. I'm thinking... Yeah, I don't know what I should think about the story. Okay, let's go for the LR55.
Okay, let's see.
That didn't work. Okay. We go with XY78. On the intangibility
of matter.
So this is one of the oldest entries, right? They said that before. When a single man imagines a better future, he does not expect it to come to pass. But when 100 men do the same, when their wives and their children imagine it too, that future is all but guaranteed. Make no mistake, the world is the sum of our beliefs.
Make no mistake, the world is the sum of our beliefs.
Xavier Youngman wrote Matter in the Dark.
Matter in the dark.
Like he was guessing. He writes this book like he knows, but for him it is too late. If only I could live again, he bemoans, what I might show the world. Pemberton swears this volume changed her life. How she found it is unclear. How does an obscure academic work end up on a child's bookshelf after 18 years? I think she's mistaken. Modest or hiding something. I think Dorothea Pemberton was the genius and Youngman the talented amateur. Okay. EE47. Beatrice writes, the machine has been behaving very oddly since this book was fed in. It must have given it strange dreams, like Cheese does to Cecil. Yeah, there's something about a reality warping book that started this whole thing. And this seems to be the earliest book that we found so far. It's from 1878. So, and somehow this got into the hands of, I mean, if you follow the story as it is told, which is unreliable, but this book got into the hands, this was by Xavier Youngman, it got into the hands of Dorothea Pemberton, who was a teenager. Apparently, Pemberton met Quentin de Marchand somehow, the scientist, the academic, and influenced his research and writing. And then I think Le Marchand wrote something about a paper about revisions. And then somehow he got maybe assassinated. I'm not sure. But it said something about like he had a death warrant on him. And then there's this whole plot line which I can't connect at the moment about Professor Kendrick and Joshua Silverton, who are somehow rivals, and it seems like maybe Silverton was trying to steal something from Kendrick, maybe together with Emma Mayfleur, but then later on Emma Mayfleur fell in love with Kendrick. But then at the end, it seems like she has the book and the power in her hand and somehow kind of dooms her husband. I don't know. That's what I understand. That's the extent of my knowledge at the moment about this, which is just fucking weird. Das hat auch ein zerbrochenes Symbol. Stimmt. Das ist so ein Ding. Ja. Muss einmal Nase putzen. All of this is a bit creepy and also hard to understand, but here we go. So apparently, Matter in the Dark was written before this one, because she says, Youngman wrote Matter in the Dark like he was guessing, but he writes this book like he knows. But for him, it is too late. So Matter in the Dark is prior to 78. Then. Ja, die Zerbrochenen haben korrumpiert, glaube ich. Das hätte ich jetzt... Hatte ich noch nicht ausformuliert, aber würde ich mitgehen. Alright.
Okay, let's see.
I want to assign the academicalist journals because now we know actually when they had a pause, you know? So we see that the 10th edition was 35. So they did a break. How long did they not publish for? They said something in years somewhere. It was shut down after issue 16. So, I guess, okay, 11, 36, 12, 37, 13, 38, 14, 39, 15, 40. Oh, okay. 16 in 41, and then they stopped. So 16 was in 41. Let me try that actually. There we go. So this is the last one until before they stopped. Yes. The war started before, but they said at some point it was shut down for the majority of World War II, not for the whole of it. Hi Fears, welcome in. Wait, what? HE10? Is that like hell? Oh, that's like a hello. Hello. Ah, this game's frying my brain. That's for certain. Nice, okay, I see. Wissen wir, welche alle zerbrochen waren? Nein. Darüber habe ich keine Notiz gemacht. We will go back to that. Thanks for the bonjour. Definitely needed. I hope it helps my brain. Yeah, this is like a trip of a game, story-wise. It's really something else to stitch together what is going on. So this is the last journal before the war. Oh, I mean before they stopped during the war. Let's assign the title of it already.
Academicalist Journal, issue 16.
That we have printed this is a miracle. I do not wish to be shot for it. I choose to be shot for more serious matters. 1941. Oh, this is Cecil writing now in 50. 1941. Europe is at war. Paris is occupied. The journal is writing about antler patterns and mistletoe. Hey, I didn't do nothing. Who are you? The machine is communicating with us. What? Tell me, who are you? Who are you? Tell me. Tell me now. I guess I'm Abby, 81. Damn, this is creepy. Am I supposed to say... I mean... I'm just gonna be honest. I guess I'm gonna say I'm Abby. Whatever that means, because I don't even know who we are. Abby 81. IT 15, Abby 81, Abby 81. What is IT 15?
Hey, that's my name.
Yeah. So, what are you saying? Wait, is it actually like lead speak kind of like, do we actually have to translate as I kind of threw away at the beginning as an idea? What does it say? Abby, tell Cecil, tell Cecil what Abby Need, hello. Okay, wait. Abby, tell. Tell. Oh, which one is help? The 19? Need help, need help. Oh, okay. I threw that away quite early. I don't know why. Abby, tell Cecil what Abby need help. Okay, but yeah, I mean, source control, WI.
Hate it down here.
So there is someone else here. I thought there must be.
Who are you? Are you Will? No. Are you Wilp? No, wait, I can't translate it properly. Wipe? Is that Wipe? PE? One of the soldiers.
Where are you?
I'm using your friend's microphone right now. It isn't any good. Shitty little battery pack. Can't be broadcasting more than what? 10? 20 feet?
Okay, so...
Listen to me. Your friend's dead. Now, wherever you are, show yourself, and you can join him.
Shit, why do I feel like I did something wrong? I also don't want to talk to them. The fuck? Now I can't anymore.
He screamed when I shot him, you know. But he was a nice guy. He turned his little microphone off so you wouldn't have to hear.
My God, you really did it.
You might even have his blood in your hair. It went all over.
I feel so unsafe right now.
What is wrong with you?
You're right. I'm suffering doing this job. Come out and make it easy for me.
Maybe I'm a ghost.
Haven't killed you yet.
What do you mean you shot him? You can't just shoot people.
I can, actually. Out here. This is a forbidden zone. Which you ought to know, since you're in it.
You're a soldier?
14th Battalion, Domestic Counterinsurgency Unit. So you see, it'll be completely legal, whatever we do here.
Okay, Liam is dead, and I'm responsible for it.
I'll tear this place apart if I have to. Beautiful building. You wouldn't want me to do that.
You do what you have to.
I will. I can't be far from you. Just the other side of this wall? Or that one?
Shit, this is actually terrible.
You'll never find me.
Let's make a bet, shall we? Bet your life? Can't bet your friends.
Bet your whole world.
Stake whatever you want. I'll take it from you.
So, I'm so confused. I'm so confused. So the soldier wasn't the one talking to us, right? Right? There was someone else. And it wasn't Liam before he died, because he was asking like, who are you and stuff. The machine itself.
Talk to me now. Don't be shy.
Shut up.
You're down there.
Shut up. Where was I?
This is a miracle. I do not wish to be shot for it. I choose to be shot for more serious matters.
Alright, so. Paris is occupied, but the journal is writing about antler patterns and mistletoe under the
So you're alone.
baleful
It must
eye.
be getting harder and harder to persuade people to take your side. The thing rebels forget is that people like to obey the law.
Depends on the law.
The law is the law. God's the only higher power. And he seems to be on our side, don't you think?
You little asshat. The journal is writing about antler patterns and mistletoe under the baleful eye of the Third Reich. They couldn't hold out. They went dark after this, until France was liberated. There's a brief mention of DME book, Internal Oversight.
Internal oversight.
Strange thing. I know you can hear me. But when I send out a signal, I can't hear it. Turn up your volume, would you?
I was thinking the same thing, like, wouldn't it be easy for him to just like be super loud into the microphone and then just listen where it comes out from? But apparently he doesn't hear it. So DME is an old term for revisions. There's a brief mention of a DME book.
Where are you?
Internal Oversight.
I know you're here. You're hiding in the rubble somewhere. Like a rat. Like an injured dog.
Published that year, but they don't say who by. I think a full review's in issue 17.
Academicalist's Journal. Issue 17.
So that should be 46 then. Also, a belated attack on Pink and Kendrick's doomed
dedicated.
follow-up to.
I'll give you that. You've buried yourself alive down there. And for what? For a cause that's as good as dead?
Ay, ay, ay. So his follow-up, doomed follow-up to, and doomed in quotes, makes me think like the follow-up is called Doomwild. Or another Doom titled one.
You know, I'm grateful to you. In the early days of Renewal, it was easy to find people like you. Now, you're pretty rare. I have friends who've had to quit the business. Can't catch a break.
What does he mean with early years of renewal? What renewal? Is that a concept? Is that a time period? Ja, genau. Ständig abgelenkt von einem Dude, der einen die ganze Zeit unchattet, ey. Ay, I hope he stops yapping at some point. Already said last time. Wallah, reicht mit Jappa. Haben die Rampaging Christen die Society übernommen? Maybe, yeah. Yeah. Seems very likely. Like, actually, maybe, yeah. So renewal would be maybe their process of, like...
It won't work.
Destroying technology.
I heard what your friend said, but you can't destroy the Book of Resurrection. It writes itself.
The Book of Resurrection. So this is what we're looking at here.
Watch me.
Tell me where you are.
Oh, do they want the book because they want to resurrect Christ? Like, literally?
You think this goddamn book of yours can't be destroyed? Because I think it can.
Try, if you like. Cheer while you do it, so I can hear you.
Das kann schon sehr, sehr gut sein. Alright, can you shut up for a second? I have to work. Temporality waits for no man. Deserve probably through, though they liked the one before. I shouldn't feed any more of those things anyway. Okay, so,
I figure you must be close enough that you can smell his blood.
I don't care. You shut your mouth. We go for AJ17, which should be in 46. So I guess it's AJ46. Issue 17. We also put in...
I will find you. You can't hide.
I guess you have a particular set of skills then. There's a brief mention of a DME book, Internal Oversight. Published that year. What year? 41? We'll find out in issue 17. Okay. Then they do a related attack on Pink and Kendricks. Doomed follow-up to temporarily waits for no man. I think we know what was the follow-up. Doom comes to the doctorate. That's why doomed. Yeah. Okay, let's go for AJ46. Interesting. Interesting. Did they start? Oh, maybe they started releasing in 45 because the war ended in May, right? World War II ended. Actually, the only thing I do remember is that the German Republic was founded on May 23rd, but that was 1949, which is not the year the war ended. So, but anyway, AJ45. Yeah, that's issue number 17. The year the war ended. France is free, which means the gloves are off. The Academicalist Journal also claims they won the war through use of concurrent energies. Okay. Concurrent energies and actualization.
You still there, soldier boy? Nah. He's gone. Given up.
Wow, pretty cocky.
Chicken shit.
Ooh.
Or else he's coming back with dynamite and a digger.
He shouldn't
Tear
be
this place to bits.
too loud though.
Come on, Abby. Get it done.
Okay. So they're claiming they won the war through use of concurrent energies and actualization. Pierre Latour, who is the editor, these words, man, irascible editor of all the journal's 37 issues, eventually writes a full account. A life lived in wartime.
A life lived in wartime.
Published a year after his death. Oh my god, so many infos. So, when did he die? Yeah, as you can tie it to the end of the issues. But there was actually some point where they actually said it. because it was like, yeah, the thing ended and then the daughters were supposed to like take on, but they didn't. But anyway. Yeah. After that, they accuse Isambard Arklovich of writing under a pseudonym and of ignoring 1,000 years of research into ley lines in his Rampage series. Oh, Rampage, yeah. Series' 1942 conclusion. They finally report on Thaddeus Datzer's internal oversight in detail. So that is... Already read the book? Words to live and die by. God damn, this is so much info. Wait. This is issue
Academic
17.
Journal, issue 70.
The enemy has gone. The sun shines down on this free nation. We have persevered. It is a thing most glorious. The notebook does have it. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm spiraling right now. Okay, that's by him. After that, they accuse Isambard Arklovich of writing under a pseudonym and of ignoring 1,000... Wait, who is that? Like, what? That name, I hear it for the first time, but apparently, I mean, it's maybe a pseudonym, or they accuse them of writing under a different pseudonym? I don't know. That's so weird. Research into ley lines in his Rampage series is 1942. So I guess IA 1942. This is also completely messy right now. And then we have or maybe it's under the Rampage publisher.
All right then.
What's it called? I actually don't know. I'll find out. And then we have Thaddeus Datzer. And that's internal oversight, which we heard about in the previous one.
I do not wish to be shot for it. I choose to be shot for more serious matters.
So it's TD41. Alright, so this one's called Internal Oversight.
Internal oversight.
All sources by Thaddeus that's identified. Okay, cool. Alright. The thoughts we think have the power to rewrite our most basic conceptions. The words we speak have the power to rewrite another's heart. The words we write have the power to rewrite the world. To wield such power is ungodly, but when power exists, it finds a channel. So guard yourself. Keep your words close and do not wield without will. Alright. So this was reviewed in issue 17, where we just came from. Find dark matters in the veil. See if this relates. I think we have identified that book. That was by Kendrick, I think. Yeah, PK. Alright. That means we've identified this one, and now we go back to the notes.
Okay, let's see.
1970. So published. Let me clear a few things up here because it's getting super messy. Let's clear that one up. A Life Lived in Wartime came out 1 year after Latour died. So that could be 71 or 72 maybe. So let's try that. That would be, I guess, PL. Yeah. 71, 72. Let's try that first actually. Okay, that worked. I was thinking maybe it's not published under his name, but by a publisher or something. It's already assigned a thing.
A life lived in wartime.
I'm not saying I was the greatest hero in all of France, but France was certainly glad to have me. We waged war both with our guns and with our words, removing obstacles from our path with the clever stroke of a pen. Pierre Latour's wartime memoir, funny, tragic, and vainglorious, showcases the power and genius of the Academicalists Journal's founder and EIC, editor-in-chief, I guess. Radio smuggling, railway sabotage, the kidnap and torture of Germany's rank and file, interspersed with notes of secret meetings with DME researchers, still active during the occupation years. Yes, editor-in-chief. The principle of DME, he claims, was perfected by his resistance cell. No evidence, of course. He says Kendrick's work was weaponized by a young woman in their inner circle. Her identity is unstated, but the machine has made that secret very clear to me. Yeah, Emma. What does DME stand for? Probably something like editing, like history rewriting. Or reality rewritings. I don't know. Materialization. Dark matter. Editing? I don't know. You know? Nice. So let's check out what Alice has to say here. Not clear to me, but then she published an account of it last year. Alice, not clear to me. Oh, because she doesn't know who he's talking about. Then she published an account of it last year, Confession Day, under her maiden name, of course. Now the husband is dead. So I know how to look for this. Last year means 80, because she's writing this in 81. And it's the maiden name, so it's Emma Mayfleur. EM... Also, let me click that.
Confession Day.
EM80, I guess. Nice. There we go. Emma Mayfleur. Wait, we can already assign this. Confession Day.
Confession Day.
My husband is dead. I feel now that I never really loved him. Is that shocking? I am shocked. I lived with him for so many years, but now I wonder if my life could have been very different. When I was a young woman, I was in love with a man with a brilliant mind. He had such dazzling ideas. To listen to him talk was like watching a firework display. And then one day I was in love with Kendrick, as though the whole story of my life had been rewritten. No, I'm not sorry that he is dead. I understood his dark work. Damn it. But I understand it better than him. Okay.
I'm not sorry that he's dead. I understood his dark work. Damn it, but I understood it better than him.
Yeah. So she was in love with Joshua Silverton, then later on with Kendrick. But it's interesting how she's describing it as though the whole story of her life had been rewritten. So everything in this game is about rewriting history and reality. So this is 1981, I think. Emma Mayfleur slid herself into France in 1938. She was there when the Reich rolled in, and she fought them, using every trick she knew. Strange, considering I think she was supposed to be in love with Kendrick in London at the time. She's meant to have married him in... Yeah, so these things don't add up. I said that before. The dates don't add up. So did she actually materialize herself in two places at the same time or something? Or this whole... I mean, the whole data is unreliable. She's meant to have married him in 44. No, in 42. But then again, that matches with the 44 thing. Okay, wait.
Let's see.
There was something about 44. No, 42 earlier, but now we have another hint. Which makes sense with Silverton died in 43, and 1 year later they were married. So that makes sense. The 42 didn't make sense before, I think. Can I not do this? Wait. There's a thing in Markdown, no? Yeah, there we go. It's actually 1944 then. That also means that she restarted her novelist career later, I think. I hate the fact that this does spell checking. Ah, better. Did she rewrite her story? Yeah. You mean yeah, there was inconsistencies in the machine. I do remember that, and that's in the back of my head, but I wouldn't know how to deal with that in a sense. Oh wait, I didn't continue to read this. Wait. Sorry, let's go back. Yeah, strange considering I think she was supposed to be in love with Kendrick at the time. She meant to have married him in 44, and I didn't read the last sentence because that's who I am. Like, I always never read the last sentence. Perhaps she's lying, or there's been two of them. That's what I said without reading it. Then Alice's note on this. Or my father was right, and DMEs are real. The machine has found them. The machine has created them, like tearing open a space. I think I'm beginning to see through the walls, and it hurts a little more each day. Is this what happened to you, Dad? Is this why Mom had to leave before my brother was born? This is so wild. Okay. Let's check the clock. I think I only have maybe half an hour still in me until 1 o'clock. So I think we can do a few more.
Okay, let's see.
A few more things. So PL72 is done, right? So I can check this off. What about IA42? I wasn't supposed... I didn't want to do this. But there's a title. The Fall of Devi from Marcus Iqbal. He reads, it surreptitiously Titiously? That sounds like titty. I don't know that word and I don't know how to pronounce it. Under the table, freezes in place for a moment, then folds it back up and places it inside the notebook he keeps in his inside pocket. His expression doesn't give anything away. It's not related to our stuff anyway. But there's a note. Refer the take on this idea in Rampage, the Moon Sword. Scurrilous, also another word, I don't know.
The Moon Sword.
Surreptitiously. Surreptitiously. Surreptitious. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Stealthily. Okay. They could have just written stealthily. But I guess it's an old book. Rampage the Moon Sword. Referred the take on this idea in Rampage the Moon Sword. Don't know what that means. I wanted to do something else. I wanted to go for IA-42. So, do we know the name of this? Did I write it down? Writer of the Rampage series. That's all we know. So it could be Rampaged. Something something. I mean, this could be a Rampage the Moon Sword. Yep, I think it is this one.
The Moon Sword.
He stood on the brink of the cliff and of something else. He was a man, yes, but now more than a man. From his back, the long, articulated extra limb coiled up around his head. He heard her laugh once, then he jumped, falling and rising both and all at once.
And then he jumped, falling and rising both and all at once.
Yeah, this game also contains surreptitious Scrabble training units. Total. The final novel in Isambard Arklovich's 10-year Rampage cycle.
Rampage.
Rampage. This final novel in the 10-year Rampage cycle sees strands from the previous 6 novels brought back together in a reflection of the original novel. An impressive feat after 10 years, though one that rather taxes the reader's memories and patience. Personally, I found this an underwhelming follow-up to Alienation. Where is Guinevere's great insight? Where is her pluck? She moves into servitude like the most mindless of slaves. Sir Lancelot beckons and she follows, and that is the whole of the plot. Arklovich's insistence that he was writing from experience did him no favors on this account either. Not matter what manner of poor betentacled... Oh my god, what? Not matter what manner of poor betentacled... Oh, betentacled, I guess. Betentacled unfortunate he was describing. Someone who was tentacled. A 40-year-old does not kiss and tell. The work was, of course, banned in most corners of the world. I would like to stress that the copy collected here is for historical curiosity rather than artistic appreciation.
Alienation.
So this one's from the year before. No, this is the prior book. So we don't know which year this is from, but they said something about a 10-year... Okay, there's a 10-year cycle where these novels come out. The last one's called Rampage the Moon Sword. Yeah. And there were 6 novels before, so 7 novels in total within 10 years. So the chances are quite high that we will find alienation just by guessing. Yeah, this is the one. I guessed right. I skipped the year and I guessed right. So I guess Rampage is the first one, maybe.
Alienation.
You can't survive this, she screamed. The desperation in her voice, the first honest sound he had heard from her. I can and will, he replied soberly, and you will love me for it. And then he raised the blade and struck. This sounds very cheesy. So the 6th novel of Isambard Arklovich's Rampage books followed quickly on the previous, suggesting frankly less editing than usual. I confess to being disappointed by the protagonist's endless introspection. The fiery pace of The Sword Moon is long gone. Wait, this one came out before The Sword Moon. What the fuck are you talking about?
The Sword Moon.
Oh no, it's not. So what was the other one? Moon Sword. Oh my god, motherfuckers! This one was called the Moon Sword, and this one is called the Sword Moon. Okay, okay. I see what you did there. Meanwhile, the alien characters are becoming increasingly coded, in my view, as women. They are natural community builders. They consider their appearance. They nurture the young. The bafflement Arklovich gives this behavior is, quite honestly, somewhat embarrassing. Silverton is not mentioned. Whatever Arklovich feared, perhaps it is now too late. I don't follow anymore. I knew it. JS40 proves it. I'll go back to IA40 in a second. What do you mean JS40 proves it?
What we eat, we devour. What opens, holds.
Oh, that was a letter. No.
Reality hangs like a darkened cloth over our eyes.
No. So he wrote this. This was a paper. Okay, that's not a letter, that's a paper. And he sent the only copy he wrote to Kendrick. Kendrick never opened it. I completely got that wrong earlier. I thought this was a letter. But why do they say JS40? I knew it.
You can't survive this, she screamed, the desperation in her voice, the first honest sound he had heard from her. I can and will, he replied soberly, and you will love me for it. And then he raised the blade.
Right. So Silverton is not mentioned and Cecil is a bit surprised by that, but then later, like this was from 61, then in 77, which is after Kendrick published his last book before he was institutionalized, where we kind of see the connection to Silverton and stuff. I think Cecil saw this connection after he saw the book. That's why he's saying that, I think, but I'm not sure. This is getting over my head now. Remembers the famous predecessors sought the moon, and moon sought the moon sought the. You have to put a comma though. It's like moon sought, comma, the. All right. So apparently there was one before, the Sword Moon from IA-39, I think. The fifth of Isambard Arklovich's 7-part Rampage cycle, a sentient robot with a penchant for disaster falls in love with a tentacled alien of indeterminate gender. The result is a fascinating exploration of power and self-knowledge on a canvas the size of the universe. These books will, I'm sure, be remembered in the decades to come as signposts signifying both great social and artistic change. Another reference to Silverton and a powerful evil magic which destroys the caster. Is this a warning for his friend? So we learned this isn't. Maybe this is a pseudonym, or this is someone. I don't know.
All right then.
Rampage, the Sword Moon.
The Sword Moon?
Ah, come on, really? No?
Rampage?
Rampage? Are you sure?
The Sword Moon?
But you said that in the other one, didn't you?
He stood on the brink of the cliff.
Wait, this is the final. Oh, wait. I mean IA-40.
He was a man, yes. You can't survive this.
The sixth
The desperation
book
in her voice, the first honest sound he had heard from her. I can
followed quickly on the previous, so in the year before, which was the 39 one.
love me for it.
Oh, maybe the Sword Moon is not the one before, but maybe another one for that. So it could be IA-38. If we think about them saying it took 10 years. So let's say it was 10 years series, and we have 7 novels. IA-42 was the 7th one. Then we have IA-40 being the 6th one. So we only have as a maximum until so we have 8 years left, counting including 32, right? Unless I'm off by 1. Which, well, they could have spread them quite easily. But I guess the first one was in 32 then, right? That is at least clear as a minimum bound. So I guess Rampage is IA-32. No, it's actually longer as a title. This actually could be Sword Moon, to be honest. I think it is. Let's try.
Okay, let's see. The Sword Moon.
No question marks. I bring you a message, the witch crooned, trailing long fingernails around his nipples. It is a message of terror and destiny. Then tell me, he said. I am not afraid. But in truth, he was.
I am not afraid. But in truth, he was.
Alright, so Cecil wrote about this in 57. BE47, which is his wife, has suggested I continue feeding in novels for breadth. I disagree, so here's my contribution. The first volume of Isambard Arklovich's Rampage Cycle. The King of Great Britain discovers a long-buried spaceship by the shores of Lake Windermere. Soon the king has been kidnapped and only his beloved queen can save him from the trashing pits of the moon. The second book, Swords in the Dark, published very quickly. I'll get that too. After that, Arklovich wrote slower. He had only planned so far. Yeah.
Swords in the Dark.
So that apparently was published right after, so I guess probably in IA 33. Swords in the Dark. Rampage. Swords in the Dark.
Swords in the Dark.
No salt, he cried. What kind of place is this? Salt does not keep well in space, the lady replied. It goes as sour as warm milk. Alright, Cecil wrote about this. I've made good on my words. Here is Isambard Arklovich's second Rampage novel. Lady Guinevere is taken by space pirates. The hero, roaming the canals of Mars, looks for a way to go deeper. He will find the sleeping knights, astronauts in parentheses, for the battle the Glen of Galileo will bring. So that's a later book then. This machine has carved through profound mysteries and deadly ones, but in making sense of this, it meets its match. So yeah, it's a very, very weird story. Even weirder than the actual story of the game.
The Glen of Galileo.
So I assume there's at least 1 year between now. So I'll go with IA 35. And that's the Glen of Galileo. I can already tell. It feels to me like this whole series that we're kind of processing at the moment is not related to the story at all, but it's like maybe a tangential thing where there's some sort of like secondary information in the logs. But it's actually just a series of novels, as he described.
The Glen of Galileo.
But it counts towards the number of titles we have to find. So we're nearing more and more. We have 45 titles found out of 50, so 5 are missing. The empty void is stretched out before them like a midnight meadow. We ride until we can ride no longer, the king declared. And we find salvation or we find despair. The horses breathed into their glass helmets. Then, with the beat of a crop, they began to charge. Alright, so part 3 is a subtle twist on the formula established so far, as Arthur and his knights see the one before, take to the stars to search for the moon sword. A reference, of course, to the same holy object as Cecil Ernst Whittle insists will save humanity from itself. So that's a reference to the same holy object as Cecil Ernst Whittle insists will save humanity from itself. That doesn't make any sense to me. The life-giving grail is never found in either scenario, okay? But the discovery of a time portal in the wilds of Scotland sets up further entertainment for the second half of the series. The title is a reference to JS31, I'm sure. So that's Joshua Surbiton again. So the Glen of Galileo is like the Pen of Galileo, right? We have the Pen of Galileo is JS31 then.
I see problems. They move like wood lice, scuttling into the cracks in society.
So he destroyed the last revision, the last draft, the only draft of the last publication from Le Marchand. But that's not what I'm interested in right now. I want to go back, and then I'm going to go to JS. Oh, we do have JS31 already. But now we know the title. Let's assign that. Pen of Galileo, JS31.
The Pen of Galileo.
Discoveries are not made, they are discovered, found. They emerge from the doodles and half-thoughts we have as we're walking about the place. It's as natural as breathing. Total rubbish. After the success of quantum conceptuals in nature, Silverton looks like he's drowning. So Silverton wrote quantum conceptuals. The question becomes, like, when did he write that one? I'm just gonna venture a guess here and say JS28. Oh, I mistyped. Okay, let's not cheat. Issue number 10 of Academicalist Journals covered it, I think. Issue number 10. 35. No. All right, let's go back to just the previous note. So this is part 3 in 35.
And we find salvation, we find despair. The horses breathed into their glass helmets.
So now we have
With a beat of a crop, they began to charge.
4 and 5 is stretched between 35 and 40. So I guess that's probably the 4th. Yeah, if it's the midpoint of 7 is 4. Alright, so this is do we know the title of this one? Do we have another Rampage book? I mean, it's just called Rampage. Let's see. The eponymous midpoint of the series. In this one, a civilization of robots is discovered who turned their attentions upon Earth. Arthur must now fight a war on 2 fronts. Meanwhile, Lady Guinevere's transformation into an insectoid creature is nearly complete. What? That's like super pulp. Very pulpy science fiction fantasy. I don't know what this is. Lady Guinevere's, I don't know how to pronounce that correctly, transformation into an insectoid creature is nearly complete and will have significant ramifications 2 years later in Azimuth Ascending. It's increasingly maddening to read. Interestingly, there's a reference in here to a powerful spell called Silverton's Curse. Aha. I think Arklovich might have known Joshua Silverton. I wonder if they met during the period in which this book was written.
Azimuth Ascending.
So this one's Rampage. Because by exclusion, basically.
Rampage.
Rampage. Guinevere Heart. The war goes badly. Oh, Sir Galahad, the lady cried, but by your arm and your valor it may yet be won. Nothing lost is won, the knight replied, stoic as a stone. But everything won was uncertain for a time. So true, the lady replied, with the patience of a star. Alright, so wait, do we have IA-39 already? I must have landed on this by accident at some point. So, Azimuth Ascending.
Azimuth Ascending.
The machine tilted its head to one side and began to chuckle, a dark noise like a river of chocolate running over cherry stones. Nothing about it made her feel any more comfortable. She tugged at the manacles on her wrist and said bravely, "Get it over with then." The machine nodded, lifting the bishop high before slamming it down. "Checkmate," it purred. What the fuck is the storyline? So, another okay, maybe I should read this. This is the 5th of his 7-part Rampage cycle. A sentient robot with a penchant for disaster falls in love. Oh, I did guess this one earlier. There's another reference to Silverton and a powerful evil magic. So there was another Silverton reference in the previous one, now another one. We found all the book by
Alright then.
this guy, I guess. Or gal, I don't know. Alright. So just by going for the completion of the game, up on that side over there, I can't point, over there, I have found apparently 80% of the, wait, no, it's 90%, right? No, 80% of the books to be found. Apparently 5 titles are missing. And yes, some of the things still need to be matched, which apparently you can see here. I am confident though that we can do that in one more stream. 45 would be the 90%. Yeah, that I corrected myself when I said the other one. Yeah, so the thing that I'm also very curious about is the Bible. Like, what do you mean the Bible? What am I supposed to put in? And also revision. Wait, we can guess revisions, right? There must have been...
Okay, let's see.
Before... Le Marchand died in 24. So what was QL24? One more stream sounds reasonable, yeah. But this one's not revisions, but what is the spell? Doomwild? It's 2 long words. Not sure. This one's revisions. There we go. Yeah. It says something about DME. Let's assign that one.
Revisions.
The occurrence of DMEs will not be measured from historical information, only inferred. Plotting revision events and computing the correlation coefficient, a startling result emerges. Alright. Revision events. Yeah. Rewriting history and stuff. And an original copy from 1918 from an auction held by Quentin de Marchand's widow after his death 6 years later. Yeah. The cover is marked draft. Inside is a mess of scrawl and elision. No matter, the machine will infer whatever is missing. We will know Le Marchand's mind. There was a final version, but it was destroyed. Yeah. The AJ wrote about it in issue number 1. 2 years after Le Marchand died. I will feed it in. Alright, so. Can we also, can we do literary review 56? Should be deductible. Deducible? I can deduce that. Yeah, deductible is when you do the text stuff. That is deductible, right? But it's so funny how the words are so close together. I got them confused. Let me see for literary review 50. So literary review 55 should be... Oh, I tried that earlier, didn't I? That would be 65. And I went there. And I didn't put it in for some reason.
Literary Review, Volume 56.
Alright. The novel, ostensibly by Mrs. Kendrick, but clearly written by her prolific husband in an attempt to escape the stigma now attached to his name, goes so far as to have its protagonist outright a woman disguised as a man throughout most of this ludicrous book. What are they talking about? Indeed. Alright, so and then the other ones should also be clear, unless they also had a pause somewhere. So the 72... I'm tired by now. 72 should be... okay. 16? Which makes it 81? I would like to say... yeah. That worked. Did we read this? Yeah, we did. Yeah. And I did not assign this for some weird reason.
Literary Review, Volume 72.
The idea we might bring someone back from the dead has always fascinated the human mind, to unwrite that most final of writings. It was the death of the man I truly loved that made me think of it, and Le Marchand's work showed me the way. And it worked. I knew almost as soon as it was published. So this is a quote by Emma Kendrick, because she's being interviewed. I guess. Alright, so now this reduces the non-assigned things to 14. Yeah, this seems like a good state, I would say. I think I will probably go through my notes and also my VOD from today, because I have to like reprocess the information. It's so tough to stitch this cryptic story together while at the same time trying to do like number and year deductions and try to keep a note system in the background. So I think if I rewatch it, I probably will catch a few things that I missed while doing this today. But yeah, what a game. This sort of like research driven fake OS kind of games seem to pop up quite a lot. And I think I just love them. It's, I mean, Korenchkin, you would probably agree that this tickles the same brain parts that already were tickled in the root trees are dead, because it's kind of the same thing. Like you get a little bit of information here, you kind of like put it together with something else, and then you have a search term, and then you go, yes, it's just like it's more of the same, but it's also different, which is really cool, especially with the audio. Very, very cool. But I'm also very, very tired now. So let's call it a day. Let's call it a stream. Ay, ay, ay. Also, but maybe let's have a more chill song right now. That's a bit more chill. I am tired as fuck. Thanks for being here, Fierce. It's only 1 o'clock. But it's a game, you know, like processing these things just makes my brain really go super slow. And I must say, it's a bit of a, it's actually pretty challenging for me. First of all, I mean, I'm okay. I'm comfortable speaking English, but at the same time, like doing these kind of mind gymnastics and then also speaking English at the same time. But also, I think doing this on stream, I was only used to doing kind of games kind of like this with my sister together or with my brother with Blueprints, which always kind of alleviates a little bit of the pressure, because you always can also have a few moments where you just withdraw and think without speaking, because the others would like speak. But this one's actually bringing me to my limits. Doing this on stream is actually, wow, quite the heavy undertaking, and I feel it. I'm tired. Like my brain's completely done for today. Yeah, exactly. So you read extras. You read for getting tired usually. Yeah. All right. So I have the notes saved. I think I want to do a quiet raid for today because I don't feel social enough anymore for doing anything else. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Thank you, Rücklicht, also for being here. Sleep well, night, night. Let's raid to Yasmin. Write that. There we go. Thanks, peeps, for being here. Good night, Robin. Good night, Fierce. Night, night. Good night, Rücklicht. And also good night, Korenchkin. Thanks for all the extra info and the clarifications and the nudges here and there. Next week's gonna be a few streams. Probably not as much as this week, but let's see. I will think about a week plan tomorrow and let you know on the Discord or on Blue Sky. Oh, by the way, if you haven't been following me, I never do this. I should get used to doing this, but if you haven't been following me on certain socials, I hope that works. There's a link I hope it's clickable. It doesn't seem clickable, but you can find my socials there and follow me to also get updates there. We're doing a quiet rate. Yeah, I mean it's quiet in the sense that I usually, I mean, we can still use a rate message. It's totally fine. We can do that for sure. Let's do that. I'll copy it and I'll see you all soon. Have a good start of your week and see you soon. Bye.